Morning, good morning. How's everyone doing? Mm.
German 30-year bonds erase losses, the yield now flat at 3.04%.
Mel, how was your weekend? Hey, congrats, man. How'd you do it? Was it casual or did you make it was it a ordeal? Oh, I misread. Gotcha. Um, just for clarity's sake, I just wanted to point out that we're back in this balance. Overnight, over the weekend, we had a huge drop that took us outside of this range that we were trading last week. But we reclaimed it into open and then rotated back to our major resistance here at this like 460. This was that big pivot that we were trying to get through Friday, and then we failed. Right, so this is just the top of balance, and we're rotating through it now after rejecting our highs. So we maintained our gap, which is interesting. That's the first thing that I'm noting. So that gap was maintained, and where we needed to recover for a breakout for upside, we failed. So we're now doing this pathing, right? We are here. We just need to see how we're going to interact here as we push down. See if this PVC is going to hold where we saw a decent amount of I'm gonna call it just like a flagging, right? Where we saw this buyer step back in after this impulsive move up. So this is kind of really important to me because we saw our first real like big sweep that swept through, and then we saw buyers really bidding to try to regain this, right? So as we push down into this, to me, this makes a lot of sense as an area where we're going to decide direction. So this 375 where we're bouncing now seems to me like a really solid pivot that we want to be playing around for an idea of which way we want to head. So let's just pay attention as we push back up into this 400, 420 above. Remember, this is the same pivot that we played off of a lot last week as a potential short when we were pushing up. What we were looking at on those days is we were shorting this edge here with a stop over 425. And then we are playing it down. Right, so I'm just going to be paying attention to see if we're putting in lower highs again. Something like this. And then if we're going to be rotating below this, I'm not sure as of yet. But this, again, remember, this was a big old pivot that we were playing around on a failure to get back above, where this became resistance, and then we were rotating down like this. So I want to see if this kind of idea is still intact, or if we're going to be able to continue to just bid and recover this, and then do, you know, rotations back up, and then do this balance like this. Unsure. But I think that there's probably something here, just from historically. So we'll see what happens. But definitely a big pivot, and I like where we bounced so far at this 375. To me, that makes a lot of sense. If that starts to fail and we get below this 375, 360, we might have more downside on our hands. Let me refine the zone a little bit more, because these are old levels. It's just... yeah, so that's probably close enough. I'm going to mark this just a bit more. Like so. That's cool. I saw there was an update, but I didn't. There wasn't a like a log that I saw. You had a chart open with those. Interesting. Yeah. I spent probably 5 hours trying to deal with Instacart yesterday. These guys like actually straight up robbed me. Yeah. Yeah. No, I was super busy yesterday, and so I just like ordered, I don't know, maybe around like 1 o'clock or maybe not even. I think it was like 12 is when I ordered. My window was 1 to 3. And my shopper like just started mass marking things as like not available, not available, not available, not available, and then immediately checked out without me being able to adjust them or like pick a new item. And so I was like, okay, well this is weird. It's like, is there a shortage on everything or like what's happening? So I sent a message and I'm like, are they out of everything? Can you take a picture to like show me what I can pick? And she just like one word responds, like, no. I was like, oh, okay, sick. So I go to customer support and I'm like, hey, this person clearly doesn't want to do their job. And I would like you to find me a new shopper because it is unacceptable that she's just mass refunding things. Like the whole reason I'm going here is for these specific items, and if they don't have it, that's a problem. And so they get me a new shopper. The new shopper gets to the store and immediately presses order complete so that he can't see the items in my ship, my list. And he's like, I don't know how to fix this. And so then he spends an hour trying to figure it out instead of just calling customer service himself. And then shows up at my apartment at 6 p.m. 6 p.m. So we're now 3 hours out of my delivery window. I've been waiting for my order for 4.5 hours. And he shows up with 4 items out of the 57 items in my cart and says, I don't know what to tell you, bud. And I'm like, oh, sick. So now I have a $350 order where he's get delivered 4 items out of my cart, and I have to call customer service, and they're like, oh, well, what do you mean there was only 4 items? It says it was delivered. So I spend the next 2 hours dealing with them, getting disconnected from their stupid AI chats over and over and over again, and talking to a new person saying the same thing. And then they finally I find someone who's like, yeah, we can refund this, but I can't refund it. I'm not allowed because it's more than one item. So where I need you to repeat the story again to my supervisor over an email tonight, and we'll see if they can do a refund. I'm like, well, what is happening? Like you're just like actually straight up robbing me with extra steps. That was my Sunday. Was actually just trying to be efficient with my time by ordering this and getting it delivered to my place, and then it becoming a 7 hour ordeal, which I lost money on. So that's cool. Yeah, man. And it's usually not terrible, but like if there's a dude delivering it, it's an automatic L. I don't trust a man in a grocery store. They've never successfully done my order. They're always high as hell. They always buy me like really rotten food. Like it's just bad. Like the people, like the men on that app that deliver are just awful. Yeah, I do. I trust myself because I'm the one that has to eat the food, right? So it's very different than someone just like casually throwing stuff in a cart. But these people on this app, man, I don't trust them at all. Like I don't think I've ever seen someone check an expiration date that was on that app that isn't like a woman. I don't know. I've been using those services for like years, and every time there's a man that like does my order, my vegetables and like my fruit and everything else like expired like next day. Like, all right, man, sweet, sick. Dudes just cannot be bothered. Most of the people that deliver on Instacart are just like stay-at-home moms that are trying to make extra money. So like those are the people that like actually are usually shopping anyways. So they have like a lot more experience in the stores and they're gonna be way more efficient. Then you have like the random college kid who's just like trying to make money well high as hell, and they always fail. But yeah, what a shit show. See, like Rory goes to the store a lot, but I don't know if I trust him. The only thing he buys from the store is ground beef, bottled water, and rice. Actually, that man's entire diet.
So we're seeing from Iran's foreign minister responding to White House Press Secretary Levitt's recent statement calling Iranian enrichment a red line. Again, Iran's foreign minister in response says no matter how much they repeat it, our positions won't change. Our stance is clear. We will continue enrichment.
So Trump is on a phone call with Putin right now and has been, but there has been no news coming out about it. We just know that he's on a phone call. That's it. Yeah. So I'm gonna guess that the market is waiting for that, but we'll see. Looks like we're just barcoding on the 15. Yeah, I don't know, man. Look at the newsletter for the higher time frame if that's something that you care about. But we're in the exact same place as we were last week, so until we break out of the balance and show interest, there's not really much for me to talk about. Again, if you're just tuning in, we're just in this downtrend, where this 410, 420 is the same short that we were taking last week. When we were around here, with like stops above 25, we were shorting 410s, and then we were looking for rotations back down to this low. This downtrend is still persisting. There's not a ton here. We're just chopping while we, I think, are waiting for Trump to the Trump transcripts for the Putin call. But your main pivot below is this 75 to 60. Just waiting to see how we interact back into this flagging where we saw the bid step in. So not a ton here, just in this little rotation. Expect bids to be at this 75 to 360, 360 to 375. And we expect our offer to continue to try to maintain these lower highs as we push down. But just in balance. We are balanced between previous day value low and our previous day POC.
JP Morgan sees Q2 investment banking fees down mid-teens year over year.
Back to our highs here. See how we interact. Another bounce off our 375 area, previous day value low. Back into our top of our rotation. Again, we're just barcoding on the 15. Just inside candle after inside candle.
The Fed bids for 3-month bills total $4.8 billion and 6-month bills total $4.3 billion.
Excuse me. Pretty interested in more upside if we can show interest over 35.40. If not, kind of just expect that to be where offer holds and then a rotation back down. So just trusting into our previous day POC right now on NQ off of our hold of our previous day value low at our low of range at 75s. Now just pushing it into our high of range where these wick highs have been over and over again. So we'll either see a shift out of this structure where we've been holding these inside candles, or we can watch to see if this is going to be able to bid above these wick highs, and then we can do the rotation up for another like 30 points. So big level to see how we're going to interact here, and if we're able to push or not. Right? So I would like to see interest over 35.40 for any upside, or this is just going to rotate back down, in my opinion. Right, where we'll do something like this, get into this LBN, and then rotate through. We're going to continue to maintain. If we can hold here, bid, and then step over, be a really great sign that we want to continue higher. So I think this interaction in this little LBN that we've created here at our ETH high should be pretty important to let us know.
In 10 minutes' time now, at the bottom of the hour, the US is due to sell $76 billion in 3-month bills. The prior high yield was 4.3% and the prior bid to cover was 2.51. The US is also due to sell $68 billion in 6-month bills with a prior high yield of 4.105% and a prior bid to cover of 3.26. Germany's DAX hits a record high, last up 0.6%.
This is POC of previous candle. Should be your first risk off. You are playing off this top edge. If we can show interest below this and our LVN and show this as resistance here at 2025, I think that you've got room for the full leg down. Again, we're just inside our balance that we've already determined with this top edge being resistance. So no real breakout here until we show interest over this 35. But if we now show this as resistance as we push back up, good chance that we rotate back down fully. So big test here. Watching our retest now as we test into our ETH high in this little LVN.
So in 5 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, the US is due to sell $76 billion in 3-month bills, with a prior high yield of 4.3% and a prior bid to cover of 2.15, or 2.51 even. The US is also due to sell $68 billion in 6-month bills, with a prior high yield of 4.105% and a prior bid to cover of 3.26.
And this is your secondary risk off here into 400s. This is POC on NQ. For the daily, see what we can do here. If we can get below this, should see the full rotation. If this holds, then this is it. Need to show interest below this. And it's the same as before, where this LVN now is what we want to see as our offer, where we wanted to see the bid before, right? As your first risk off for your shorts from the top edge. We now want to see if this box is going to hold as our offer, right? If we can hold this 410, 420, and then push below 400s, you should see the full rotation of our range. If we push back above this and see a bid, then we have to look for a potential upside play. Yeah, of course, you'd expect some buyers here at this 400 level. It's just POC, right? But if we push below and see that offer start to stack, then looking back down into those wick lows, just like we looked into the wick highs, makes the most sense to me. Just the middle of our range.
We're shortly expecting the results from both the 3 and 6 month bill auctions.
So when we look at my levels on our footprint chart, we have our dotted line, which is showing us our basically our lows and highs on average of these candles. And then we have our two zones, which are showing us our wick high lows and highs, right? Our extremes. So for a movement outside of this area, right, we need to see an excess up into these highs and then a rotation below this line, right, for rotations down to our low here. So the same thing needs to happen now at the end, which is we need to see the ability to show interest below this level for the rotation into our zone. And then what we're looking for is a rotation from here, and then I'll look back in for the rotations up, right? If we're going to hold, we want to get back in, we want to see an extreme into this area and then a rotation through. If all we do is hold here, then there's no change, right? We're just going to balance in between here until a side breaks.
So seeing that US Steel shares are up around 1.4%, as Nippon Steel's to invest $14 billion in the company's operations if the Trump administration greenlights the deal, according to an earlier report, which we did cover.
And if you're long up of 400s, this is your first risk off into 2025, I think. Just move your stops up a bit. Your sell side is going to try to defend here. You just want your stop just above 25 or at 25, I think, if you're looking for a continuation down. So if that fails, then we should just rotate up. This is just POC of previous candle, right, into 25. So as long as we're maintaining that, this is just a retest of our offer from a supportive bid. So as we're approaching this, we want to see sell side show interest and step us back below, right? And then pushing us down, or we're going to see the upside move, which is
3 month
us
high yield
recovering this with these
4.285%,
buyers now present here,
4.285%, with a bid cover of 2.76,
and then
2.76.
bidding off of this, just like we were looking for last time, and then stepping
The US sold
over.
$81 billion of 3 month bills, awarding
Same pivot as before.
29.14% of bids at high. For the 6 month, the high yield was 4.14% and the bids cover was 2.59. The US sold $72 billion and awarded 51.5% of bids at high.
Hard to look for more when we are trapped in a very clear balance. So bid's gotta be here if we're gonna go up, right? We want to see this LVN hold as supportive again. Just like we were looking for on first attempt, if this can't hold here and we can't get over this 35, I don't expect more upside. But if we can build and then show interest over, then that's a really great sign that we want to do this secondary leg out and get out of this range for rotations up to previous day value high, right? But you shouldn't be looking for that until we see it, right? Again, all we're doing is trading from previous day value low, right, which is our balance low in this section that we're trading, to our previous day POC, point of control. We are rotating in between these with today's POC holding us supportive, right? So like this low right now is continuing to maintain, which is slightly bullish. But what we need to see is interest above Friday's value, right? So above this 35 for more, or we're just going to be trapped in between here until a decision is made, right? Between Friday's POC and today's POC. But if we can show interest over this and see a bid happen, then again, rotations up to Friday's value high makes sense. If we continue to see rejections here at Friday's POC and we see any sort of weakness below today's POC, then trading down into our low range makes the most sense, right? We are trapped with inside value. ADR stands for average daily range.
JP Morgan CEO Diamond says going to allow clients to buy Bitcoin, won't custody it. Just noting Bitcoin continuing to pair losses following the JP Morgan headline, still down around 1.45%.
As we push up into this 60 to 65, this is target off of our push and hold over previous day POC. Should be risking off 1 here and then leaving a runner. We have pushed into target. Hopefully that is clear. It's just a game of probability. We're holding POCs, so we should expect our value high retest, right? Hopefully this understanding of our LVN that we filled and showed interest above and below, right? Giving you 2 directional trades from our edge was helpful. I don't know. I mean, that's really all there is. It's like, if the offer was able to hold here on this retest, then we would have continued down. But what we did instead is off of this retest and offer to our 400, we then were able to push and then hold it as supportive, allowing for this bid to happen at our previous day POC, allowing us to run to our previous day value high, right? If we're holding a POC on both from today's session as well as Friday's session, again, upside seems a lot more likely than if it was resistance, then we would be heading down to our lower target, our value low, right? It's just, it is what it is. You know, like just a volume profile rotation. From here, don't have a ton of levels above, right? This is just kind of our potential breakout here if we can get over 480. We need to see if we can build over previous day value high and show interest. It's just being a runner. If we can go higher, I'd expect us to just be testing into our ADR up at 500, 510. That's where we saw huge selling on Friday. So we'll see if we get one more leg up or if this is going to act as a failure here and a look back in and then through. Why does it do this? I hate when it does that. So let's see if we find a bid here and then are able to continue higher for this push into 500s, or if this is going to act as resistance and then we're going to have to retest our break back down to previous day POC. Yes, retesting our value edge here and our PVC value, right? So let's see if we can find this bid or if this fails. If we are able to find our bid here, we should be able to see rotation up to previous day POC and this VPOC. If this fails, then it's just going to be heading back down to 58. So just watching our edge retest. Same thing on Russell, just watching our value retest as we come back in. Here. almost pushing down into target here on NQ off of our failure here. Let me just change this level up a bit so that it's a bit more accurate for what we're talking about.
JP Morgan CEO Diamond says, I wouldn't take stagflation for the US economy off of the table.
So as we approach here, this should be your first target for any sort of short if you play it off the reoffer, and we're pushing down into previous day POC, right? So this is target now. Now we watch to see if we get back into this range and this fails to hold this supportive, or if we can look back over 40s and then continue higher. Just gonna move this over just in case we do get back into balance. We'll be watching for something like this. Failure, pop, push down. This goes resistant. Goes like this, and then offer and push through. Same rotation as last if this fails. For buyers to be taken seriously here at this edge, we need to see a very clear look back above this node and then continuation higher for me to be interested. Right. Should expect a bit of a bid here as we push into this zone, and then we look for a reoffer into this edge if sell side serious.
JP Morgan
Retesting our
CEO Diamond says, we
failure
have
to
lost
break
some
balance.
business with global clients choosing local lenders since the tariffs.
So this is here. here. Now we watch to see if we get a strong offer on our edge. Or if we can get back above. Again, the reason why we think a bid can happen here is because of this liquidity that's on footprint. And turn off drawings. You can see that here, right? So we should expect a little bit of a bid here, and then we should expect a reoffer into previous day POC if we're going to reject. Right? That just makes sense. We know that there's liquidity here. We have to expect that there's going to be some sort of relief, and then we should expect a rotation and then a retest of any sort of offer that is present here where we saw this push down. From there, then we figure out what we want to do. So pushing into previous day POC here and our edge, see if we can get over or if this is going to fail. This is where you should be looking for your seller as we approach into that 35 to 40. Bids need to step over that 46 if we're going to go higher. This should be just our edge retest from the inside.
Seeing the dollar pair losses now, with the Dixie still down around 0.6% though. JP Morgan CEO Diamond says there is an extraordinary amount of complacency over US debt and trade policies.
I haven't really noticed. I'll have to start paying attention. We haven't had like a ton of volatility where it's been like crazy out of focus.
Microsoft is bringing Elon Musk's AI model to its cloud.
That is old news.
So Microsoft is adding models from Elon Musk's xAI to its artificial intelligence marketplace. Grok 3, which Musk's AI outfit introduced earlier this year, will be available on Microsoft's cloud computing platform, the company said today. Microsoft and its biggest rivals in selling rented computing power, including Amazon and Google, are vying to be the place where AI applications are built and deployed. That's made a battleground out of the competition to host the latest models and build sophisticated controls to manage how they're used.
Flirting with this look above again after our hold of our demand. See if we can do it. Watching ES into this 64 to 77. See if we can get over this pivot again, or if offer sticks here. All that we've done so far is just bounce POCs across the board. I'd like to see NQ be able to get over this 46, show interest if we're going to go up. Russell retesting highs. Offer still very present there at that 46, retesting our POC of previous candle. See if we can bid and hold, or if previous day POC and current POC are unable to hold this. We are here off of this retest. Can this now be supportive, or is it still going to act as resistance? Nothing like a Monday auction. My bad, I was looking at chat. I see we were previous day POC and today's POC. Yeah, exactly. So there's not a ton here. All we did so far on today's action is just hold today's POC, and then we then rotated up to Friday's POC, and then as soon as we showed interest above Friday's POC, we rotated up to Friday's value high, right? And then from there we rejected, and then rotated back down to POC. So we're just still just trapped here, trying to build at this edge and shift value, but it's just not happening as of yet. We saw I spotted a seller at 46. That guy's still present. If we start to press below again, then potentially, right, an offer steps in here again at this LVN that we see here. and then we can rotate through, but it's it's just a waiting game. Just really trying to break out of this balance and maintain above. I'm not opposed to the idea that we continue up if we can continue to hold this liquidity here and just kind of build slowly. Right? The more attempts that we don't have to come back down into these low lows, the better off we are, right? Just very clear maintaining higher lows in the overall trend. But again, like we have to show a lot of interest here at this edge and then get over this, the retest up. Just is going to require a decent amount of work. If I look at times and sales on Tradebit, no. I used to. I do not anymore. I found that it just really didn't give me a ton of edge. Not when I can just look at footprint. Footprint and DOMs have done me well. So as soon as I took that out, then I could focus more on my DOM instead of my times and sales itself, and then getting the same information. Tick charts are good. Tick charts are good. I don't know. I mean, it's just like I find that it's a bit of like information overload. I'd rather like have an idea and then find supporting evidence for it, and like either the idea is right or it's wrong and it is what it is. But like trying to pay attention to times and sales, DOM, footprint, as well as just like watching price action itself is just way too much. And then like my trading's actually worse. But if I can look at like how historically we're building in an area on a higher time frame and then develop an idea based off of like the cumulative delta, I just have a much better time, and then I can stay focused on just like watching how people are interacting at a certain price on the DOM itself. Like we can see pretty much the same thing. I think if I could create better filters for times and sales, it would be more beneficial for me, but I can't. I haven't found anything that's like actually gives me edge. It's probably just like a personal problem. Yeah, see, but like to me, like I might as well just like I'm gonna see the same thing on footprint and our price axis volume delta, right? Like I'm gonna see the same thing. I don't know. If my trade is like if I need to be able to see something that's on that granular of a level to actually make money, then I don't know if it like actually is worth. Like I probably just it seems too how do I word this? Like if I can't find the trade with the tools that I'm already using, then there's probably not a great way to execute that for everyone else as well. Like it should be very visually apparent for me of why I'm playing the area I'm playing already. Yeah, but tick charts are fine. I think they're good. If you understand like what a tick chart is doing, I think it can be very good to add a little bit of order to your charts. I don't think that they're necessary to make money. I don't know. I'm a big proponent of doing whatever helps
According to a
you
source familiar with the
see
matter, Ukraine's President Zelensky spoke to Trump by phone before the Trump-Putin call today.
whatever helps you kind of cut down the noise, right? So if being able to see uh only new candles once a certain amount of volume is, set or uh, pushed into the market, then like go for it, right? If you're able to use time-based charts and get the same information while also, keeping an eye on your DOM, then it doesn't really matter. It's just like what makes your life easier, do that. It's the same way I feel about indicators. Like
So
whatever
with
is actually
regards to
helpful.
the Trump-Putin
it.
call, that did start around 10:30 a.m. Eastern time today. We've got no indication whether it's still ongoing or not. But remember, the White House did say that they would release a readout after the call was finished. So we are just waiting on that now.
With most of our trading just taking place at like edges of balance and edges of value, there isn't really like a necessity for a lot of those like fine tuning. Like we don't need to be too granular in our approach because we're playing at overall edges, right? And like our opportunities are very apparent with how we're trading. Like if we're at an overall area of value and we find a bid, like that to me is like what we don't need to really do much. Like it's just like, oh, okay, yeah, we're still in the same auction. Everything is taking place, then it's the same. I don't need to be very granular in my approach at our value edges. I really don't know if we're gonna get a break until this Trump conference is over. I really don't know. I'm gonna readjust our level to account for how we're building here. Marking
In 10 minutes'
these
time
two
now, at
value
the bottom of
areas.
the hour, we are expecting possible comments from SMB's Schlegel, speaking at the University of Lucerne, followed by a Q&A.
Like not really much here until this goes resistant. Just building above the 2 last candle POCs. I'd say you can expect sell side on a push below that yellow. Until then, just looks like a bid to me. But like, is there very clearly a seller above this? Yeah, right? Like, we can see that in our wick highs. But as long as this is maintaining our previous state POC, like, what are we doing here? And we'll just highlight our demand below. And like nothing has changed about the downside pathing either. As soon as we show interest below previous state POC as resistance off of a bounce of our demand here, and then a look below, like we get our full rotation. Right, like what we're waiting for downside leg is a very clear shift from this demand that we see on footprint, right? This stacked imbalance that's sitting here where we found liquidity in the last 2 attempts. From here, this needs to then reoffer into this previous state POC. What happens? What does it mean if we're building below that POC? What should our target then be? Value low, right? So like until we see that acceptance below off of this bounce, like I'm not looking for this next leg down. There's no reason. But once we do, then we know where we're headed, which is down here into this low, the full rotation of our balance, right? But like if we continue to find our bid here into this demand and then look back above, this is bullish for the rotation back up the previous day value high. It's like that's my entire thesis right now. It's like we need to see the secondary move and the offer shift below this and then this rotation down. If we continue to just find our bid here and then inch our way up with higher lows and then recover this, what are we doing? Like we need the lower high to shift here where we saw them last, right? We move this over. This is where our seller was sitting before when we were doing the downside rotation, right? Got these big moves down that led to our rotations back down into this lower balance. So until we see the seller step back in at this point, like why would I be looking for that secondary leg down if this guy isn't back? Does that make sense? Do you guys see what I'm saying here? Do we see this? So like we get the look below and then we get our reoffer here. And then when we see this reoffer and then the step down, then we get the full rotation. But until then, like if we continue to just find our bid in the same place that we've been looking for it, and then we see buyers step up here again, you have to be overall kind of bullish because we're maintaining the pivots that we need to for the rotations back up to our previous day value high. Like we haven't seen that shift of value occur for sellers for that lower target. Yeah, exactly.
In 5 minutes' time now, at the bottom of the hour, we're expecting comments from S&B's Schlegel.
Schlegel. Grab some water. I'll be right back. And there's our rotation back up to previous day value high, it looks like, off of our hold. So let's see if we can get over this attempt or if this is going to be another rejection. I'm out half here. You went long? I'm long off of 40, yeah.
The Dow turns
following
positive,
pathing.
last up 0.2%. Just keeping on the S&P as well, approaching flat on the session now, just pairing losses from earlier.
It's the same trade as before. From the last leg up that we played, which was here. And then just our rotation into our previous day value high. Listen, again, like this is, we've already determined balance. We've already determined where we need to go for downside. And when we hold where we need to,
According to a modelling document,
and
the
we
UK
look back
government
over our
estimates
value high,
SPS deal with
like,
the
we're just
EU
headed
could
back up
increase
to this
UK
target.
exports of major agricultural commodities to the EU by around 16% and increase imports from the EU by around 8%.
If we've got a,
Shortly expecting possible comments from S&B's Schlegel.
these guys talk so much. Like this is balance, right? So we have value high and a value low and a POC in the center. Right? So we have this very clear understanding of how we need to trade for downside. Or we have a profile that looks like this. If price looks above, rotates it's down, and then comes to our POC, we need to expect that we're going to get this rotation where we retest this value edge. If we don't see sell side sit here and rotate us below this, we shouldn't expect the value low leg. If we look back above and see an active bid step in, we should expect rotations back up. Right? We need this seller off of this POC or on the look back into our rotation to then lead down for this value leg. If we saw this rejection here, which is this rejection here, hold, then this downside leg makes a shitload of sense for this full rotation of yesterday's value. But we don't, right? We don't see this rejection of previous day POC. We see it as supportive on any look above. So like all we're doing is rotating between previous day POC and current and previous day value high, because we're continuing to maintain that as a supportive edge instead of a
from Dell
resistant
Technologies, they're
edge.
introducing a Dell Pro Max laptop with Qualcomm AI 100 PC inference card.
Right? As long as these looks below then are recovered and held as supportive, then we look back up to previous day value high. It's the same thing on our daily profile today, where all we're doing is coming back down to our POC, which is this dotted orange line, right? And from this POC, just rotating back up into value high, because we're maintaining the upper distribution. Our lower distribution is never being tested. So like, what do we, until we show our POC as resistant, right? Today's daily POC and yesterday and Friday's POC as resistant, like what am I supposed to do for a downside target? There is none. This has to offer for us to target these lows. If we continue to just find our bid here at POC, like we're just going to continue to rotate this upper distribution. That's the whole idea. It's like there's not a great short until we see that offer hold that value edge and then rotate below POC and hold it as resistant for the leg down. There's just not. Like, what have we seen since our look into our demand down here? What's happened on each candle? What are we doing? What are we holding from the previous candle? Yeah, we're just POCing them up, right? We're just holding POC up last candle and then continuing to rotate up. Like, what's the need to be looking for anything other than just a continuation and then a rotation up to our seller that's sitting here? Still zero interest to trade outside of Friday's value. Zero. Super annoying. We'll watch our POC here, see if it can hold for a higher low into our 46. If we can continue to bid just like we have in the last two candles and find our bid here as we approach and then look back over, that'd be bullish to me. If this starts to reject, then we're just going to be coming back down into our same support that we've been playing over and over again. So let's see if we can find something here and then get back over, or if this offer is going to hold at 60s. I'd expect a slight bid here, right, regardless. And then we watch to see how our offer is. If sell side's sitting here for a lower high, and then we step back below, then we're going to have to come down a little bit lower into this low. So it's going to be a big pivot on retest, I think. Again, we just have an LVN here that we should expect to hit our heads as we approach. Let me zoom in so this LVN is a little bit more highlighted. Do we see this node here? So as we approach here, this is your first risk off from our hold of POC, right? This is our value high of previous candle, as well as where our node is. So sell side should be expected there. If we can build above, then we can keep going. If offers holding, then it's just a continuation of these lower highs from our bit of relief that we found where our last buyer was located. Oh boy. Yeah, I mean, I think it's fine. Your stop should be sitting like 66 off of that 60 short, and we need to show interest below 45s for continuation, or we'll just drop here for a bit until we decide on a direction. Again, like all we're doing right now is finding a buyer where we need to, right here into this POC of previous candle. So we need to continue to, we need to push below this guy here who's taking in size, yeah, or push below and then see a secondary offer, and then we can move down into these 20s. If the bid continues to just maintain here, then again, you're just chopping between this 60 and this 40. So we need to see this secondary seller step in or more down below this point. Once we see that, then you get your secondary leg. If we push over like this, like 60, 66, then bid's probably winning this. Because again, we've seen no shift on our structure of us bidding and holding where we need to on our 15-minute candles on the higher lows. But if we can continue to find this offer above, it's not a bad place. And so it's the only opportunity you have really for a short right now. But again, we got to see that look below that 45. As soon as we do, then you get your rotation down. So as long as you're expecting some chop short term and then a direction to be made, you're in an okay spot.
So RIA reports that the Putin-Trump phone call has now ended. We'll just wait for any details of this to come through now. Interfax report that Putin said his conversation with Trump was very meaningful. The call was very, very informative and helpful, RIA citing Putin. S&B Schlegel says the S&B tolerates negative inflation rates in the short term. Weakness in WTI crude here following this conversation between Trump and Putin concluding. Again, the conversation lasted 2 hours, very, very informative and meaningful. Weakness in WTI crude. Putin says that Trump stated his position on the ceasefire. Putin says that Trump said that Russia favors a peaceful resolution of the Ukraine crisis. TASS cites Putin, Russia ready to work with Kiev on a memorandum on future peace talks. Again, TASS citing Putin, Russia ready to work with Kiev on a memorandum on future peace talks. Putin says a ceasefire with Ukraine possible once an agreement is reached. Again, Putin says ceasefire with Ukraine is possible once agreements are reached.
They're literally saying nothing. Crazy.
RIA citing Putin says we're generally on the right track. TASS say Putin stated a memorandum with Ukraine may include truce terms. Again, Putin says a memorandum with Ukraine may include truce terms, according to TASS. Russia and Ukraine must find compromises that suit both sides, TASS citing Putin. S&B Schlegel says the tariff situation very challenging for some firms. Interfax citing Putin, saying the root cause of the crisis should be eliminated. That's Putin saying the root causes of the crisis should be eliminated.
Okay.
The US Department of Energy are to issue final orders on pending applications to export LNG to countries without a free trade agreement with the US, according to a document. The exports of LNG from the US are in the best interest of the American public, a final LNG government study shows.
So do you see what I mean when I say like we got to show interest below 45s and you should have your stop at 66? Like you haven't been stopped out yet if you're short 60s, if your stop is 66. But we have found that bid exactly where we thought it would be, which is POC of this candle here and where this seller was sitting before. Like there's no shift here that has occurred yet. We're still just finding our bid where it needs to be. We're still just finding our offer where it needs to be. Until we see that look above or below, you're trapped in this balance. And so you have to like be able to recognize that if you're trying to short an edge like this, because unless we see that look below, you're now just caught in chop. So understanding where your first risk off is such an important skill when you're scalping, so that you don't get caught in a 40-minute chop not taking any profit. You get me? That's why it's like so important. Like where is value currently? That needs to always be your first risk off. It just has to be. So that you don't get caught in action like this where we just rotate around and around forever. Yeah, great. And you have to like kind of be under the impression of like, is 10 points worth the risk that I'm putting on here while being in a breakout of our balance and still maintaining higher lows with POC acting as supportive? Like, does it
So
make sense
WTI
to
oil erasing most of the losses from the initial Putin headline, still up around 1% now.
Is the risk to the reward better for the short
S&P
side or the
Schlegel
long
says
side?
uncertainty is currently very high. The Swiss franc is often sought as a safe haven in times of uncertainty.
Right, like, does it make more sense for me? Jesus, I can't speak today. To wait for this retest in a pullback into our known support, seeing that we've been bouncing
S&P
POC
500 just continuing to
on
erase
every-
losses here. It's nearly flat on the session.
on every attempt. So for the continuation higher, or does it make more sense, right? Because like, what's my risk to reward here for shorts? And like we know that this has to be first target. So you're playing like this, sure, right? And that's like it's still good. It's not bad. Right,
S&P Schlegel says Swiss 2025 growth will be lower than expected.
But like, does it make more sense just to be playing off of this low for a continuation higher, right? Because we know that we're in an uptrend in our short-term pathing. I don't know. Something I always think about. It's like, to me, like this reoffer here would be just as great of a short for the continuation down, right? And then looking for this as our target for the secondary move off of the failure from these buyers here. But to me, like, as long as we're maintaining this, it's gonna be really tough to try to get that short continuation. But that secondary move could be really good.
So with regards to the Trump-Putin call, we've have heard from the Russian side and those Russian media outlets about the results of the call. They're just waiting for the US to cover their side.
It's still just one of those things to always keep in mind of like, is there potential for more upside?
S&P Schlegel says the S&P must ensure price stability during uncertainty. S&P Schlegel says the S&P policy rate is our main instrument, but when necessary, we can intervene in the forex market.
See if we can find this decent bid liquidity here. I still have my one runner from 40. I'd like to be able to go to ADR into 500, 510.
S&P 500 just touching flat on the session now, erasing losses from pre-market.
Hmm. See what happens to our value edge here on NQ and ES. Retesting from the outside.
Further confirmation from a White House official now. The Trump call with Russia's Putin has ended.
See if we can find our bid here. Previous day POC and push up. Same thing on NQ. Need to be able to get over this if we're going to go higher. Unsure as of yet. Sell side showing interest. I think this is a great risk off as we push into
So the
this.
S&P 500 erases a decline of as much as 1.1%.
I am flat here into 500, 510. We show interest above, then I'll look for more. This is NQADR, just to give reference. And we've got a lot of supply above into this
S&P Schlegel
530.
says the outlook for Swiss inflation is currently very unclear.
Got our hold of our value edge on ES for this rotation up. Gonna just delete this now. See what we can do. Bit more room on Russell if we want to continue higher.
S&P Schlegel says the inflation outlook is very uncertain. S&P Schlegel says I'm seeing inflation primarily from domestic services. Schlegel adding that the foreign contribution on inflation is negative.
Good morning, everybody.
Yo.
What a ripper off the Putin-Trump stuff, huh?
I've been waiting on just something to happen. Just balance for forever. Trump's been in discussions, closed discussions since 10 a.m. Eastern.
Yeah.
So finally over. Market can move. $30 until new 15s. Just back to our major supply up here on NQ. Can you repeat that one more time? Screw, what was that referring to? Did I answer your question? My bad, man. You got buried very quickly with the images. You did? Okay, cool. Hmm. Could see like one more leg into 530, but I'm not confident in this high. So I'm flat into this 500 510, but I could see if you have the ability to hold a runner at 530 being a target. But how we interact into this supply above should be pretty telling. And then we'll see if we get a secondary leg that I can play off of.
S&B's Schlegel says the Swiss franc is bought by domestic and foreign investors.
Yeah, no, we're just eating through the supply. This is Russell into ETH high and ADR high. I'd love to see us be able to support this look above if we're going to do it. This is just right into our target here in the 530s. Again, just taking out the supply here. We've got a buyer showing size at like 515, 520. Retesting now, see if we can hold it or if this flips to offer for rotations back down to 500. Just give it a minute.
SMB's chairman Schlegel says uncertainty is toxic for growth.
True. I'm dying to take a short. Patience. You don't want to short higher lows like this. But potentially soon, we can push back below. I just never really want to short a market where we're just very clearly holding POCs on the open of new 15s and then continuing higher. It's just like such a strong trend signal. Right, like again. Like
So reminder, at 3:15 p.m. Eastern Time, we're expecting Fed's Logan to give remarks and moderate a panel.
Like all
text is expected.
All we've done is come
so
down
she's going to moderate
demand.
They're going to moderate a panel called Financial Intermediation and Transition Conference in Fernandina Beach, Florida. The panel is titled "The Increasing Role of Non-Bank Institutions in the Treasury and Money Markets."
All we've done is come into this demand and then hold POCs as supportive on every push up, right? So these candles have retraced into these, and then we just continue on our way from the last candles, 15-minute candles POC, and continuing up. So very much just like a right side of V play here from demand, secondary move here, and then rotation and follow through. So as long as we're continuing to do this structure, it's going to be really rough to try to short. Because all we're doing is pulling back into these known areas and then continuing higher. But as soon as we start to see some choppy POCs build out or a very clear shift below this, then we can start to take some pretty sizable shorts. Until then, you're just in trend up. It's like a really easy rule of thumb to follow to not trap yourself. Right now, you're in a market where you're looking for pullbacks rather than shorts itself with these POC holds. Usually my rule of thumb. No, I get you though. Like you don't have to say just kidding. Like I totally get what you're talking about. It feels like it needs it. That's why I closed my long. I wouldn't have closed my long if I thought we were just gonna like straight go up after that 500. There's very clearly supply there at 530. So like at least retesting that to me and then showing that it wants to hold on retest. I think that 520, 530 is going to be really important. So if we can hold this pivot of where I was expecting our offer to be sitting as supportive on retest, I think that would be really great for us for continuation. So it's either going to be like a very strong pullback level or it'll flip offer and then we can play it down. Something you have to like constantly remind yourself with is like you don't need to be in from the absolute top to the absolute bottom, right? We just need to find the shifts of value, find those breaks of structure, and then look for those areas where we expect buying and selling to happen based off of previous action, right? If we can find that liquidity, and look for reactions, then we will know how to approach the area. So if we know that we're looking for value to be found on a retest into that 520, 530 on the supportive, like we're looking for buyers there, right? But if that flips and then we see that offer below 20s instead, that's going to be a good first sign that like these guys above are going to be trapped. So to me, that now gives me a plan on how I want to be looking at this area on retest, right? Like, is this LVN going to be supportive where we find liquidity here, or is this going to flip offer and then we're going to have to rotate down and fix some of the structure? That now gives me two ideas to play around based off of what happens in that area. So now we are waiting for a short. Sometimes I feel like people just ignore me. So nothing, again, I will go over this again, but like nothing has told us that a short makes sense yet. All we're doing is holding higher lows. We're in strong trend up. We're holding POCs a previous candle. Until we see a shift of that, there's no reason not to just expect a pullback into previous structure and then a continuation higher. We've shown no interest yet to do anything from the sell side. Everything has just been a pullback. So unless we flip pivots that we care about where previous buyers were located, you should be expecting bids to be located in the exact same areas unless something drastically shifts, right? And once something drastically shifts and we see a seller step in that has size,
S&P 500 turning positive, last up 0.1%.
we should just expect that.
Also, about 3
pullbacks
minutes ago,
happen
we're
and then
expected to
continuation
hear from
happens.
Fed slogan, given remarks, and moderating panel text is expected.
You do not want to be preemptively short in a trending up market. So held our LVN at that 530 and retesting our highs. Let's see if we can breach. Slight divergence on Russell, pushing back below our ETH high. It's a bit interesting. I'd like to see us be able to recover this, so we should expect one more leg down on Russell. If that can start to lead down, maybe we get a bit of a more weakness, but if ES is just going to continue to run, then not a ton here. Pullback level would just be back into this node here.
We are now on ES into our January POC structure. That's his first upside target for the week. Your edge is up towards 6K if we get secondaries.
It's about 30 seconds until we're getting text from Fed slogan. Ten seconds. Fed's Logan does not comment on monetary policy or economic outlook in prepared remarks at financial conference.
Right back.
Fed's Logan says Treasury and money markets are strong and not invulnerable. Also says use of discount window is appropriate for healthy banks. Adding leverage in treasury trades at non-banks is a cause for concern. $39 counterparties take $180.417 billion at Fed reverse repo operation.
All right. So this is our first potential shift that we're seeing where we're not just holding POC, right? POC is above us in the last two candles. We're holding that as our offer. Now we have a very clear level to work off of where we need to see that bid be able to step above if we're going to continue higher. And we are still just trading at our 525.30 supportive level. So we need to see this look over now, or we can expect a lower high here as we approach this edge where we look for our reoffer from this point. So what I watch for now is, now that we've seen this shift, is our offer now sitting here, and can we approach below?
Schlegel
Or
from the S&P
can we
says
push
gold on the
over
balance
this
sheet
now
is
for
not
continuation
necessarily
higher?
an advantage.
We have a level that we can now work off of. And how is this 520 found? Well, it's the value low of the previous candle, right? So it's just like where I'm watching to see if the bid can maintain, and if we can then look over value, or if the offer is now sitting above us, and if this 20 can go offer, then I expect a retest, right, back into this bid here, down into ADR at that 500.
And we have posted out Fed's Logan speech on the Financial News feed for you to read through. So again, no comment on monetary policy.
So if you're short, this should be your first risk off if you're playing off of that edge. And now we're looking for that offer to lower below 520 for that rotation down to 500 for a secondary move. If we can see this this offer step down. This is where we expect buyers to attempt to
It's also
absorb
reminded in about
big flip if
10
possible.
minutes time or
if we
so,
can-
Fed's Kashkari participates in a Q&A. There is no live stream or Q&A. Excuse me. So no text, but there is a Q&A with a moderator and audience. S&B's chairman Schlegel says too much gold on balance sheet is not an advantage. So we do have a live stream video. We'll pop it on the feed for you. That's for Fed's Kashkari. So starting in about
There's so
8
many
minutes.
speakers this week.
We have posted out the video on the feed for you to watch.
I'm just very curious to see what happens with Russell here. We got our bounce that we were looking for off of our rejection here into our node. Now it's just a matter of, does this show as weakness again? as long as RTY has momentum again, market's in an okay spot. But if RTY loses momentum here as we push back into ETH high and are halfway back, and we're not showing any interest over this like 30-35 on NQ, we'll just be looking for sellers to try again to step below 20s. If they continue to fail, stepping us below, then there's no shift, right? It's just an inside candle. We have a mother bar, but we got to show interest above. Just watching Russell on retest here.
SME chairman Schlegel says there is currently no alternative to US Treasuries.
This is just, excuse me, POC of previous candle on NQ. Into our 40. Russell leading, retesting highs.
So just a reminder, Fed's Kashkari participates in Q&A. No text is expected, but there is a live stream video for you to watch on the feed. Also, there is expected to be a Q&A with moderator and audience.
And a half here. This will be a very interesting open. You have inside 15-minute candles, holding halfway backs, 3 bars. This RTY came a little under halfway back, but we'll close above.
So shortly expected to hear from Fed's Kashkari. Again, no text is expected. The live stream is on the feed for you to watch. SME's chairman Schlegel says negative interest rates are an extraordinary measure, but but it had desired effect when used last time. So again, negative interest rates are an extraordinary measure, but it had desired effect when used last time.
B15's opening now. Retesting our 20 edge here again on Q. Russell rejection gave us that loss of momentum. See if we find a bid here again at 20 or if this flips. Bid sitting at 1950 on NQ.
Schlegel says we cannot rule out negative interest rates.
If upper serious, I'd expect they reject into 30s, and then we look for a push below 20s if sell side serious. If not, then it's just an inside candle for a potential 3-bar up. If 20s continue to just absorb, and we get over 30. The idea here is like we're holding POC as resistant now, just like we were holding POC as supportive. So we got our look up, and now we're closing below POC, and now we want to see if sell side can really try to push this down off of this offer into this edge, right? Like that is the idea. So if they can now hold below, I expect at least a value edge retest here into 500s. Watch ES as it retests into our value edge as well. Holy. See where this settles.
Trump, now speaking, says Putin call went very well. And this is on his Truth Social here. So says, I believe it went very well. Russia and Ukraine will immediately start negotiations towards a ceasefire, and more importantly, an end to the war.
Surely.
Also saying conditions will be negotiated between the two parties. Also, Trump says Russia wants large trade with the US when the war is over.
Classic Trump tweet.
This last 15-minute Tesla candle is hilarious.
So again, Trump said that Russia wants large-scale trade with the US. Interesting. I did see a further movement towards the downside on oil here, off the back of Trump's comments.
Just value to value. Same thing on NQ. Just 500, 510 to 535, 540. 2 edges. Waiting for this to settle. Russell, same rotation. Unlucky. Should decide, get a decision here in a second, now that we've tested both edges.
And also from his Truth Social, Trump says that I spoke to NATO leaders after a call with Trump. Excuse me, after call Putin. Fed's Kashkari says coming into this year, economic conditions were good. Adding that there is big uncertainty now in the economy. And Trump says the Vatican says it would host Russia-Ukraine negotiations. So Fez Kashkari says that I don't know when tariff landscape will settle out. Kashkari adds that businesses are holding off on holding off on investment amid uncertainty. As Kashkari says, it's wait and see until we get more information.
Get me out of here.
SME's chairman Schlegel says Switzerland is not a currency manipulator. We have only intervened to pursue our mandate.
Our mandate is to manipulate currency.
Adding, we have only intervened to slow overvaluation of the franc, not to gain a competitive advantage for Switzerland.
Back down into our 20. Big test. Offer held at the highs. Coming back down into our lows. See if Russell gets another bounce as well into its oscillation, or if we can see something new. Wouldn't that be nice? Hmm. 50 seconds, 2015s. This candle is a doji. U15's opening now. Opening below POC again. Nice job, man. It'd be nice if we could break out of this range, but it's something. You talking on an NQ or ES? Well, ES, it's just the daily value, right? But NQ, there was it's just playing the literal value high of this candle here at 42.50 to this value high here at 35. So just marking that as our offer of where we expect them to be sitting. That's just the value high of these individual candles, and then just creating a zone out of it of like, I'm not interested in longs until we show interest above that, or I just expect absorption to happen into that with these POCs holding us down, right? Just pushing us down, shifting slowly. And then we have like a very clear value here on ES with this shift, right? So when you look at them together, and we've marked this 35 to 42, right? Again, just this value to value. And then we look at the ES reoffer, and it's like, oh, okay, well, like this is where that weakness is probably going to occur. We're seeing that downwards. Same thing on Russell, right? Like all we're doing is oscillating, but we have a very clear resistance above, very clear resistance above with this, with these buyers who failed here. So just playing around that, and then understanding that we have this edge here from 500 to 510, which has been a previous auction level that we've cared about quite a bit on previous days. Like if we shift below this, then you get your continuation down, but you should expect bids to be here and then retest at least 520 from 500, I think. So just like understanding our range. But again, like an NQ, it's just the value high to where we saw these buyers get absorbed into our highs. And then the shift of our POC.
It's Kashkari says, very bullish. There will be lots of jobs in the future of the US economy.
Oops. All right, let's see what we get from here. Unsure. This is where our bid is at 500s. We show interest below 500s, then we could potentially retrace a decent amount more of this, but we got to show like a pretty extraordinary interest. So this should be your first risk off regardless, and then let's see what we can do from here. I'm thinking push into like 15 to 20 makes the most sense on reoffer. If we're gonna see like another leg down from this bid, just watch this and then see if we can do something like that. Rotations.
Kashkari says, net AI will be strongly positive for the economy.
Just an idea right now. Russell back into our low. Again, like the idea is for continuation, we're gonna have to get below this guy who bid. So you should expect probably something like this, and then a reoffer, cementing that this is flipping. This is, again, just where our bid was last, defending this. So I want to see like a pretty clear look into it, and then an offer stepping in if this isn't just going to continue to hold, right? Lots of buying happened here. You can see that on this node, right? We've got this nice little node that we built out. I want to see this lower half become our offer if we're going to go down further. If it just continues to defend this top half, just more of the same until we come up a bit higher and retest this above. So let's see if we can make a lower high here into this 20, or if we're going to have to do a full retrace off of a failure here. Again, 500 was target. Now we're just watching to see if we're going to shift more dramatically, or if it was just.
As Speaker Johnson says, we're almost there on the tax bill. Speaker Johnson is currently speaking to reporters. And I'm very confident we will get this done.
It's incredibly important that we look below 500 off of this. If we just build a higher low, then there's no real shift, right? We've got our POC on this candle at 510. So you should be expecting your bid to attempt here at this 500, 510, and then look back above this for upside. If we're going to sell,
Johnson
we want to
adds
see
that
this
we have a
push
few
below,
issues on the tax bill that
and
we
then
need to
continue
resolve.
down. Right, like that should be pretty
And
obvious.
Speaker Johnson ends remarks to reporters.
So just as before, if you're shorting off of our 520, this is your first risk off into these lows. We got to get below 500s for more. I'm going to keep repeating myself. So I think it's important. You're trapped in a balance right now with our value edge being resistance, and then this buyer holding at 500s. We need to see a very clear look below, and then an offer for continuation down, or we will balance here until a decision is decided, or a side is decided. We live in different realities. True. A mentorship program? I mean, if you just are a member, you get that. I don't do like private things though. It's not like if you have questions, you can just DM me and I'll go through anything that you want. But we do classes every Monday after market if you're a member. And we go through all of these. There are a few different options. You should just check the website. So this should be your next risk off into 90, and then we look to see if the offer can shift below, just like we talked about. So this is super important to see if sell side's going to be able to gain some momentum here. Just got a little relief where we thought we would. Now it's really about trying to defend this area where this bid was last. We need to see this flip, or there's been no change, right? Like do I have enough green arrows to show that? I don't know. Maybe I need to add a couple more. We have 50 seconds until new 15s. Offer sitting up into our 10s. 505 is your most bearish offer. If we can hold this 505, 510 should be good to go for more downside, I think. If 90s continue to bid and then we flip back over, that's when we run into issues for shorts. We are here in our pathing. Just adjust this to move it over.
Kremlin now coming through with their own comments. So Kremlin aide says Trump and Putin discuss a possible Russia-US prison swap. Putin and Trump both said they favored normalization of Russia-US relations. Two leaders didn't discuss ceasefire timeframe, although Trump stressed his interest in reaching agreements quickly. Trump told Putin he could call him at any time. No venue has been agreed for a Putin-Trump meeting. A Putin-Trump meeting needs careful preparation, and instructions have been given on both sides to do this. Trump and Putin agreed to continue dialogue on all issues and intend to agree a personal meeting in the future. Trump said the US, so Kremlin aide says Trump said US sees Russia as one of the most important trade and economic partners. Kremlin aide adds that Trump said there were impressive prospects for Russia-US ties after Ukraine conflict is settled. Kremlin aide says Trump spoke quite emotionally about prospects for ties with Russia and wants them to be mutually beneficial. Putin and Trump discussed exchanging 9 Russian and 9 US prisoners. And Putin welcomed results of Trump's Middle East trip. Trump, according to the Kremlin aide, said sanctions are being prepared in US Senate, but he himself favors agreements, not sanctions. And Putin welcomed progress in US discussions with Iran on nuclear program, and Russia is willing to help.
Just tested daily value high there. Imbalance doesn't fill through 72. We came down 73.5, but splits the day there. And Q still obviously still holding the upper section of that LVN.
Feels like a bounce at previous day POC and then retest into previous day value high here on ES. So let's like watch this 77, 78, see if offer holds, and then if we do something like this, then it's pretty bearish. But if we recover this, I just expect us to have to do this rotation up again. All I see on EOS.
Vets Kashkari says investor confidence is key to whether debt levels are a problem or not.
I have one short runner left from my average down at 513 with my stop at 521. I'm gonna try to let that
Kashkari
play.
says there's more of a question about US long-term role right now.
But if we continue to fail to get below 490 and we step back over 510s, there's like a pretty high chance that I get stopped out. Pretty high. We want to see this continued weakness here, this 505, 510, and then just the ability for this value to shift below this yellow zone. It's pretty important if we're going to continue down. Without it, it just feels like recovery of our value edge on NQ seems pretty likely. We can't shift value here. I don't want to be too tight with my stop because like I know we have zero structure if we can break below this. So it makes sense to let it run a little bit just in case, as like we're seeing the offer attempt to shift down. But because I feel like if like we lose 90s, there's really not much here until 75 and then really like 60. So that would be like my two downside targets if we could break 90. But if 90 continues to hold and we bid back over 520, it just feels like upside is pretty likely. Is the volume profile the same as TPO? No, they're two different things. A volume profile is a volume profile, whereas a TPO is a time profile. That's what the T stands for. Time, price, opportunity.
Balance fill on ES.
This is first target on NQ into 75s. Again, if we can push down, you get one more leg down into
Hughes von der Leyen
55.60.
says, I had a good call
but
with Trump,
great
Macron,
area to risk
Maloney,
off.
Merz, and
Move subs
Finland's
down.
stub, as well as Ukraine's President Zelensky to get debriefed on Trump's call with President Putin. Again, he did say earlier that he did brief NATO members following his call with Putin.
Repeat what? Targets or what? First target off of the failure at 500s and the look below 90s was 75, and then the next one was 55.60. That's what I was looking for. No change. We got our ES rejection at our 77.78, and this is our look below our 74, just following our pathing, no change. If we can hold our previous day POC, we should expect one more leg down into like 67s. But it's going to take some work here for sellers to gain some traction below. But if we can do it, we're watching for sell side to be sitting here for a push down through this lower node. Unsure. $50, Tony 15s. The whole idea here was not shorting until we saw a shift of our POCs, right? And as soon as we see this, we then can create a zone out of this of where we need to see buyers be able to maintain above, right? Because now we've seen a shift in the auction where instead of just bidding at POC and retesting and continuing on our way like we did here and here and here and here and here, right? There's a very clear shift now that our POCs are now sitting above us. So most of our volume is now above where price is trading. So we have a shift in the auction from where we found our bid into this demand down here. And we don't want to short until we see that shift occur. Once we do see that shift occur, we then set up our levels around it, right? So we create our zone of where we need to see sellers maintain and push below. We then see our POC shift where we're now holding below, right? This is a very clear shift in our trend from upside to downside. And we can see these retests again into our 505, 510, and then the look below 490 is leading to this move down after we saw this shift from our highs. So just being patient and waiting for those setups is all you need when we have a very clear pullback level, and then we have a very clear retest level, right, from our POC as our actual indication of like where we're headed. This is our previous range that we traded. So pretty important to see how we interact here. So with this retest into our previous balance, we're either going to find liquidity here into our previous day value high, or this will go resistance, and then we can trade it down, where this will probably do a leg into this, and then we will rotate probably down into POC again, and then we'll figure it out from there. That'd be my guess. If we don't just hold here, why it should be your target. If we look back in, we should be able to rotate between 60 to 40, 45. What's up, Izzy? Nice job, Kowalski. I am personally flat here. There's potentially one more leg down, but I think we'll be able to get a better entry. Just gonna wait. If we push below our 60 and then offer, then we can play another like 20, 30 points down. But I only had one runner left, and this is a good risk off into our value edge on Russell and our target into ES from our pathing into 67. So if we offer here, we'll just follow this downside pathing and play it. But I'm probably going to take a break. This is a really nice move. So we know that there's liquidity here. Now it's about retesting this edge and seeing if the offer is going to be able to maintain. If it can, then it's just following this downside like pathing. Just give it a minute to develop. Yeah, I mean, I personally don't have much here on ES. This is where we expected price to go. We show interest below 64s, potentially more, but the 64 to 67 to me is just like it's a pretty easy area to mark as where I'd want to see price or buyers be present if they were going to hold. This is our flip from earlier. But if that 64 goes offer, should just expect a rotation to 57, 58, that area. So for those that like missed the idea on ES, again, it was just a failure at on the look below previous day value high, the rotation from to previous day POC, and then retest and push down. Right, just that simple. Just like we were either going to hold there or we weren't, and it was going to flip. So as long as we show that interest, then it's just that rotation through.
This 5970 test is going to be pretty important on ES here.
German government spokesman after Trump's call with European leaders says European participants announced that they would increase pressure on Russia through sanctions.
Oh, this is a potential shift. We held our low of this balance that we're pushing back into, right? Now we're attempting to look back above. If we can do this, I don't see why we don't just rotate back up to 480. See if we can hold. Again, I'm flat off my short here. Just waiting. We knew that this would be a potential area of support, so we exited and we are now waiting. Same thing on ES, right? This was target. Nothing really here until we retest previous day POC as resistance. See if we can find an offer as we sit into this. For the start test on ES and on NQ. Jesus. Yeah, I mean, there's been no shift. All we did was come down to liquidity, but offers are still there above, right? Downtrend present. So it is what it is. Offer held where it needed to. 80s on NQ. ES into this 72 to 74, just ranging. Russell retesting our value edge is supportive.
New half hours.
So we're seeing comments from Zelensky come through now. Said he had 2 calls with Trump in different formats today. First call was one-on-one. The second call also included the leaders of France, Finland, Germany, Italy, and the European Union. The second conversation was long and different in character. Zelensky said, "We are considering a meeting of all parties, including Ukraine, Russia, US, EU countries, and Britain at the highest level." Zelensky says that Turkey, the Vatican, or Switzerland can hold such a meeting. Says he hopes the meeting will happen as soon as possible. Ukraine will not withdraw troops from parts of its own territory or give in to the ultimatums from Russia. Zelensky says, "I hope major prisoner swap that was agreed earlier with Russia will happen within the days or weeks." Says during the first Trump call, he underlined the importance of the ceasefire, sanctions on Russia, and not agreeing to anything without Ukraine's input. Zelensky says, "I expect Europe to announce the next strong package of sanctions on Russia." And he urges the US sanctions on Russia, banking, and energy sectors to reduce its revenue for military needs. NYMEX WTI crude June futures settle at $62.69 a barrel, which is up 20 cents or 0.32%. Natural gas June futures settle at $3.11. Diesel June futures settle at $2.12, and gasoline June futures settle at around $2.13.
We're so close to right side of V confirmation. If we can get over the 70, 75 and show interest on NQ off that POC retest here. Just want to see us take out this value high of this candle, show interest above this the seller. I'm trying now. See if they can do it or if offer holds.
So in 10 minutes time now at 2:45 p.m. Eastern Time, Fed's Bostic is due to be interviewed on BTV.
Pretty strong move since that hold of 70.75 on the look over. This is your first offer attempt here into 90, 95. We'll watch to see if sell side's still sitting here. This is where our seller was last. Remember, this is our look down that we saw, that speed once we looked below 90. Just watching to see how we interact into this LVN that we've created. This is our daily volume profile. It's attached, it's fixed, right? Whereas this is your visible range, so it's only showing the volume of the candles that are on screen. So it'll automatically adjust based off of what's happening here. So like, do you see how it's shifting the more I scroll out because it has more to work with? Whereas this one stays fixed because it's the daily profile. So again, this is just our 490. This is where POC was. I don't, unless we can get over this node, it just makes sense to hit our heads here, the 490, 500 for a short term. Got 6 minutes left on this candle. The bid is back down at that 75.80. I could see us having to flag here, retest into this the 75.80, and then we figure out where we're going. Maybe something like this.
Was ES back into last week high as well, Friday high, which was area I want to see most immediate bid, so primary pivot.
In 5 minutes' time now at 2:45 p.m. Eastern Time, we're expecting comments from Fed's Bostic, who appears on Bloomberg TV. We have got the live video to this on the feed for those interested.
I'm personally just waiting for the open of this new candle in 3 minutes for a decision to be made. It's really hard to want a long 490-500. I'd rather see a pullback and like a very clear bid, or this is just like our major shift where the short really took off, right? I'd like to see us like either reclaim, then show interest above, or look back down, find that bid, and then step up, personally.
Brent crude futures settle at $65.54 a barrel, which is up 13 cents or 0.2%.
You're long 455. I mean, that's a good amount of points already. But yeah, I mean, there's not much here. This is where we shorted for secondary short. This 500, 510, look below 90s was the acceleration move. So it's just a matter of finding if we can find a higher low here and then bid over, recover those, or if it's going to offer again. I think you'll have a much better chance if ES can show interest over 78. Right now we're just retesting that previous day POC here. We can bid this and then show interest, then we can look up. It's the same as before, right? This is the same exact trade. Where like if this rejects and then we look below, this is just going to offer again, just like it did before. So we need to see like a pretty decent bid here in the next minute on the close of this 15, I think, or just expect rotations back down, same as before.
So we're shortly expecting comments from Fed's Bostic. Again, the live video is on the feed for those interested. Bank of England's Dingra says my vote for 50 basis points rate cut was partly to make a statement on the direction of the economy.
All right, new 15s are opening. We're opening right at our liquidity here at 75.80. See what they can do with it. Mm.
Fed's Bostic now appearing on Bloomberg TV. A live video is on the feed for those interested. Bank of England's Dingra says we might see some cost pass-through from US tariffs, but I argue that that number would be quite small.
Do I ever hold losers too long? Not too much anymore, man. I'm pretty set in my ways now after making terrible mistakes. The PTSD, it's just like it just never feels great. It never is worth. Like I'm so much more
Fed's Bostic says policy mildly restrictive.
like I know that I can take, you know, a $300 loss repeatedly, but I know because I know that usually I can make that back almost instantly. Right? But like if I let a runner or let a trade bleed me out for thousands, like it's gonna be really tough mentally to recover from that. But also just like I can't just be wrong and then move on to the next trade. Now I'm like sitting in a trade and I'm missing opportunities because I'm waiting for something to come back to break even. I don't like that. I'd rather just be wrong, take the hit, and then just reevaluate, giving myself the opportunity to then try again in something else. The problem with like the bleeding trade is like you're also missing opportunities to come back, and the only opportunity you have is to like average down, which is just like you're just like you're putting more oil in the fire, you know? I'd rather just be able to exit, take my L, and then get back in, trade it the opposite direction, make it back almost instantly. As soon as you like realize that you can do that and you don't have to like mentally and emotionally drain yourself for no reason and miss opportunities, it's just a much better way to live.
Bank of England's Dingra says I won't rule out a scenario where global trade breakups and UK suffers inflation, but I don't think that's where we're headed.
Later, Kolsky. I don't think a decision's been made here yet. Still very two-sided at our pivot. And Q just retested our 70s, which is previous day value high. It's going to be such an issue to try to look for longs until we can get back over this 490, 510 area. It just doesn't make sense. You can look for pullbacks, but it's just a bit rough, kind of in the middle of the range with offer above. I don't really like brackets personally. I think if you're gonna do brackets, having like a wide bracket and then manually adjusting is okay. But
So keep in mind, in 10 minutes at the top of the hour, Trump is due to be at a bill signing ceremony. We'll see if there's a live video for this available. If so, we'll get it out to you.
Used to be
Bank
such
of
a
England's
bragging
Dingra says my
curious
working hypothesis is that the dollar depreciation is not going to put immense pressure on UK import prices.
yeah. But I'm mostly just like market in and then limit out. Sometimes I just sell market as well if we're pushing into an area, but I'm mostly just a market in enjoyer. No frills. And then my hand is just hovering at exit market at close, well, like constantly if I'm in a position.
Bank of England's Dingra says if the dollar starts to really go up, we have to worry about what exchange rate dynamics do for the UK's inflation.
And 15 NQ is just already crazy. But like 5k down on 15 NQ isn't even that bad. You have to think about like the size of 15 NQ. Yeah, size is it's such a detriment to your growth.
Fed's Bostic says I see one interest rate cut this year.
I don't know. Like blowing up your account because you're oversized just feels so bad. Like, what are you doing? Be consistent. You'll make money, I promise. Stop trying to do like 5 or 10 lots and trying to like lotto a win. I don't know. Every time I watch like VODs of people that are trading like 70 accounts at once, and they're like, okay, well, I just blew up 70 accounts. Time to switch to my other account and make it again. It's like, dude, you just lost 70 accounts in a row. Like, why do you think that you have the right, you're in like the right mental space to then go and trade another account? Like, what are you doing?
Never wrong.
How are you okay after just doing that?
Fed's Bostic says could pull forward actions if negotiations pick up.
It's like the people who blow up an eval and then like immediately buy another one and keep going. Like, no, man, let's take a break. You fucked up. See, like I get the flipping accounts if you're doing that between two different prop firms, and you're like, this is why the prop firms are really pissed off at like the Gamba traders, because they'll have like 50 accounts on Apex and then 50 accounts on Top Step, and then they'll gamble them in opposite directions, and one of them's right, and they'll just keep doing that for one payout, and then they'll restart, and then they'll get one gigantic payout on one of the accounts that's right, and then they like break even or make a little bit of money, and then they post the win on Twitter of like, oh, I made $70,000, and it's like, okay, but you lost 90 accounts in the process, but you got a good screenshot. And then they'll continue doing that, and the risk managers for these prop firms are just like scared out of their mind trying to prevent this from happening. Yeah, it's an okay. I mean, it's valid in the sense that it's technically, because it's not. I see this. It's hard because like technically it's illegal. Technically speaking, you're not allowed to be long and short the same instrument. Technically, But
It's been 5 minutes
because
time now
it's
at the top of
prop
the hour.
and it's
According to
sim,
his roll call, at least, Trump is due to be at a bill signing ceremony. We do have a live video on the feed for those interested, and no sign of the president yet here.
it's very gray, right? Because you're not like having to, like if you were on your normal account, you're not having to, you're getting paid as like as a contract employee from a prop firm, right? You're getting a payout rather than like the same taxed, getting taxed the same way as if it was a personal account. So what they're tracking, I think, is very different. So it's very gray when you have strategies like that where you're long and short on the same thing. But you can do like micros and minis. You can do like that as an inverse hedging, I believe. I just don't see why you just can't do minis and minis. Because you're not allowed to be long and short the same instrument. Full rotation of our range here again. We need to see over 510 and then show interest above if we're going to keep going higher. Do I consider that strategy real trading? Uh, I don't know, man. It's debatable. I mean, like, yeah, in a sense, yes, because they're quote unquote hedging, but they're hedging in like a really stupid way, in a very inefficient way. But like, if they're making money, they're making money, you know. Is it like the most efficient way to make money? No, but like, it could can technically work, I guess. Oh, the risk sinking? Yeah, like I get what they're doing. I understand it. I don't know. It just seems like a lot of effort.
USCEA's Moran says Trump is aware of the deficit as a problem, has a plan to reduce it.
Huge.
So USCEA's Moran currently speaking on CNBC.
My problem with something like that is like it's gonna get patched. You know what I mean? Like think of it like as like from like game
Nerf.
terminology. Like that is not going to last. And when your like entire strategy is based off of abusing a platform as like a loophole, like you're gonna have a bad time. You know? Like when that gets fixed, you're now like you haven't learned a useful skill. So, like, is it worth now to potentially do
So
if
just
you have
remember at
lots
the
of
top of the
excess
hour, Trump due
capital?
to be taking part in this bill signing ceremony. Again, the live video is on the feed.
Again, like, debatable, but like, why not just use that time to like actually learn a skill and learn how to trade? Yeah, and like stuff like that. Like, how is that even allowed? Like, they should flag him immediately as soon as they see that YOLOing 10 NQ to pass an eval is crazy.
Fitch Ratings say tariffs and supply challenges are to support a used aircraft values. Scrap that.
Wait, what? It's our first real candle retest of POC here in pop over our 90. It's a very solid bid, but I would like to see us show interest over 5 tons for clarity's sake. Like, there are a lot of strategies that you can do on prop firms, but wouldn't work in live markets. And as long as you recognize that you wouldn't be able to do a lot of the things that you do in sim, like, that's fine. I think there are some traders that voice that and are like, look, I am taking advantage of the sim market, and I know that I wouldn't be able to do this thing on a live market. I know I don't have the liquidity to do this. I know I wouldn't be able to get my fills, but I am taking advantage of them, right? Like the prop firm. Like, that's a fine strategy, but it's not, that's a different kind of trading, right? Like, you are gamifying the sim system and getting fills that you would not be able to get filled on in a live environment. It doesn't mean that you aren't making money and that you can't be right, but those skills don't transfer again to a live market. So, like, be aware. Like, when you try to trade, 50 accounts that are all doing micros at the same time, like, you're not getting filled. Like, you're not getting filled on multiple accounts at once at one price point. But can you make money with it in the prop system? Yeah, totally. That's fine. But like, if you are trade like that and then you try to transfer it to an live account, like, you're just gonna ruin yourself. You're gonna blow up instantly. debating if I close here or not. I'm still just in this long from 80, but I didn't close into 505, hoping for break. If I let this go back to break even again, probably.
I just did that on a scalp and decided I am done.
Yeah. I mean, this was such a major pivot for us. You have to remember again, like this was our breakdown of this upper auction. So if we can get back in, it's huge. But if it continues to just hold as resistance, like great, no change. Like we're basically just rejecting that halfway back of this move. Sucks. So like what this means from a higher time frame perspective is this is where we expect our offer to be if we were going to continue down. That's basically what I'm saying here. If we can show interest above this 505, 510 and start to bid, then we can look back in this range rotation. But like as long as this is maintaining, this makes sense for where our seller would be sitting. This was our breakdown for this push below, right? So if sell side was going to retest, it makes the most sense to be here at this halfway back 618 of the impulse down. Yeah, great job, Jason. Yeah, man, like there's no need for that. Just like your heart rate should not be going crazy all over the place while you're trading. It's just like you've got too much size. Too much size. Doing it like that, and I mean, I'm glad that you're seeing success with it. Just micros, passing the eval, no crazy.
According to Punchbowl, Trump expected to attend House GOP meeting Tuesday in the morning.
Heart arrhythmia, you know, just like coasting. And this is the way. Don't think I'm gonna trade last hour. I think I'm done for the day. Yeah. Oh my god. I go get groceries. That's what I'm gonna do. You should have heard my story this morning, man. It's on the phone with Instacart for like 5 hours.
Oh.
Went through 2 shoppers and then the first shopper just like dipped with my food, just like left, got half the items, and then like never showed up. And I was like, all right, sweet, sick. Then they send me a new driver or a new shopper. This dude gets there, immediately presses completed order. So he can't see my list and is like, I don't know what to do. He's high as hell. Like, doesn't know how to press the customer service help person. So he's just like, dude, I don't know.
So looking at the full X post from a Punchbowl reporter on X, House Republicans tomorrow are trying to pass the reconciliation bill this week with all of the president's domestic priorities, as Trump is expected to attend the House Republican conference meeting tomorrow morning in the Capitol.
So he tells me that, stops all communication for the next 2 hours. I'm like, okay, did he drop as well? Like, what's going on? My window was from 1 to 3 p.m. It's now 5:30 p.m. And I'm like, what is happening? So I'm calling customer service and they're like, trust me, it's coming. Just wait a little bit more. And I'm like, dude, it's 4 hours after my window. Like, what are you talking about? Where's my food? Where's my money? They're like, just wait a little bit longer. So this dude finally shows up and he has 4 of my 65 items in his trunk.
Holy.
What? I'm just like, what's up, dude? And he's like, I don't know. I didn't know how to work the app. I'm like, all right, sick. So then I call customer service again, and they're like, because there's more than one missing item, we can't refund this for you. You're gonna have to wait for a manager to contact you overnight and then have a conversation. So all of a sudden, I have 4 items. I'm out. I'm short like over $300 worth of items in my cart.
US Treasury does not anticipate any trade deal announcements at G7 finance meeting in Canada this week, as according to a source briefed on US preparations.
So this at like 2 a.m. this Indian guy on an email was like, what are you missing? I'm like, okay, here's the same conversation I've texted you about 75 times. So I go through that. They give me a refund for $184. So I've now been scammed because I've now have to pay the service fee again, technically, and I didn't get full refund for my items. So like, what is like actual hell?
Okay.
Actual hell.
Yeah, it sounds like it.
AI chatbots and outsourcing support was the worst mistake we ever made. All right, but yeah, I'm probably done. This is just range trading. You probably get one more downside leg if we get back into this balance. This was our lower balance here. But you have to see that interest below 25 to 30, and then we can rotate that. But as long as this bid is maintaining at 50s, I just don't see it. Like maybe if we started to see, like this is the downside leg that you need to see. We need to not see support here at previous day value high on NQ. We need to not see ES find a bid here again into 67 to 64. If we continue to see that, we go up. If previous day value high is able to recover supportive, then we go up. But if this can hold as resistance and we rotate down and then we do this move, we should be able to rotate previous value high to previous day POC for a VWAP reversion. Right, this
According
is
to
that.
Sana, Syria and US companies discuss gas investment opportunities. So just a reminder, with the G7 meeting, it's going to be the finance ministers and central bank governors meeting in Banff, Alberta, from May 20th to the 22nd. So Trump now at the bill signing ceremony, and remember the video is on the feed for you to watch.
It's just like this is where you expect buyers to be, and they are here. Until that shifts, you're kind of stuck. Same thing on ES. just stuck in Friday's value. But yeah, if previous day value high at our 70 level goes resistant and we can look below and retest it, I think rotations down to previous day POC make the most sense. And just current day's POC at or the at 20. So this area here makes a lot of sense to me. DoorDash for groceries? No, I haven't. I got Instacart for free with my I guess a bonus for a credit card, and so I was trying it, but I like it because they allow my Costco membership to go through, so I don't have to go to Costco, and I can just get that delivered straight to my door.
We have found a faster video of Trump speaking. We have posted it out onto the feed for you to watch.
For free. Yeah, it is. I mean, it's a benefit of the card. I'm using the card anyways. But I have a feeling that it's the same people that are on DoorDash, Uber Eats, Instacart, right? It's going to be all the same people. They all have the same apps. It's just like people who Lyft and Uber. So like I think it's just a problem with incompetent people in my area that are doing these services. You know? Parkside load. I don't want to drive there. I don't want to go there. Parkside loading is the whole point is me to not have to do anything. What I'm gonna actually do is I'll get Parkside loading and then get an Uber delivered there and get them to deliver the Parkside loaded goods to my house. There you go. Can't mess it up. Wise for words from kids as usual. So again, like this really would need to go off or on an attempt lower. This is your first reaction here where we're trying to show weakness below previous day POC or value high. And if we can do that, then we know that there's a bid sitting here into this 45-50 area. Then we would look for a lower high or just like a very clear rejection below this. And then that would lead to your reversion trade into VWAP. But until then, I expect bid to sit here, rotation up, and then we look for that secondary move.
So Trump now speaking at the Rose Garden event for a bill signing ceremony. Again, live video on the feed.
Russell incredibly flat. Probably don't get any real action until that breaks.
Trump says made progress during the Putin call. And Trump just confirming we spoke to heads of most European allies. Trump says just that he spent 2.5 hours on the call with Putin.
All right. I've said it like 7 times, but I'm out of here. You guys have a great rest of your day.
Enjoy.
Enjoy your last hour. Peace.